Hello, everybody. Nursery, Water Dragon Extraordinaire, back at you again with another Genshin Impact live stream. Welcome back for sure. Okay. We've got a lot to do today, so we're gonna get straight to it. Hope you're all having a great day so far, though. So, first on the agenda is we gotta farm Nivulette's talent to give me. which the ones we're looking for is equity. We have not that much, but we have enough materials that we should be able to start building him rather easily, hopefully. This is equity. Perfect. I'm sorry, what's the... Oh, actually, we could try fighting with this team just for fun. Give the team, it's like a warm welcome. That should be interesting. We'll be able to see how well this team performs in a real-life environment. Or I guess a real-world environment.
Stabilize. No rest for the wicked.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds come. The wind knows me.
Silence. The time beckons.
Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. I think it's a little slow. Oh, I wouldn't really call it slow, I guess, but it's a little slower than it might seem to be because Kazuha takes kind of a long time to get like his whole rotation going, you know? Plus, since those things can't move, or rather be pulled by animo characters, it creates a little bit of a tricky situation because I gotta get up in there to make sure Kazuha's spreading to both of them.
Solidify.
But then I also have to run out.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble.
Okay, that's pretty good. It does suffer a little bit from the problem that it doesn't appear that he gets his ultimate back every rotation. Which is a little stressful because we kind of built him around that idea. I'm sure it's because we actually killed him slightly too fast.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds come. Into the wind.
Bow your head.
By royal
Okay, not bad. Still fairly fast, and again, let me emphasize, my Nivulette is not the best Nivulette on the market. I am happy with his performance, but he is far from the best Nivulette you'll find. First of all, assuming he's just compared to not using his signature weapon,
Solidify.
he's 20% weaker than he could be. Then his artifacts are also not really that good.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Okay, luckily the pillar doesn't actually impede his ultimate, or his charge attack, sorry. Because I was really thinking that it might. I thought I kind of screwed everything up when I did that. But luckily, no consequence. Yeah, he does some major damage. I'm so happy with his performance.
Stabilize.
odds reveal.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds come. Wind strike.
Silence. The time beckons.
Yeah, I'm sure in like Spiral Abyss or whichever, the he will probably get his energy back a bit better because the fight will actually last longer. At the moment, he doesn't feel like he gets his ult back fast enough because there's only 2 mobs and I kill them rather fast. So there's not actually a ton of time for Official to farm him energy,
Solidify.
I think.
By royal decree.
One with wind and cloud.
Bow your head.
God, he's so cool though. I love him. We do need kind of a lot of talent books, so we have quite a ways to go. And then of course we could still make him even stronger if we chose to crown his charge attack, but we're gonna hold off on that for now.
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me. Time to go.
Settle down. Let the mighty tumble.
Hey, not too bad. Not too bad at all. None too shabby. We're getting fairly lucky with the purple drops as well. If we're lucky enough, he might just be done, or we might be able to consider him temporarily finished for now.
Solidify.
One with nature. Falling leaves. Adorn my nights. The wind knows me.
Silence.
Yeah, he's so impressive. Oh yeah, real lucky. Real lucky. We probably are done. Because I'm only going to take his charge attack to 8. Then I'll just let the other ones be like 6 or 7 if I need to.
Gather.
Into the wind. One with wind and cloud. One with nature.
The time to beckon.
Fucking awesome. Okay, that's a wrap for that. Let's see how well we can upgrade him now. How long we can go. It's not the right button. Fingers crossed that he'll be done enough. I believe I should be able to take his talent up to 8 for his charge attack at the very least. Which, so long as I can do that, I'll be very happy. You can just barely do it. Let's take these up to 6. Call them usable. And then see about crafting any more equitables. Guide to equity. Okay. Let's see. We have enough, I think, to take them both to 7. Perfect. And truth be told, I'm kind of happy with that for now. So we'll consider him moderately finished. Again, he's not to a point where I'm super happy with him, but he's at a point well enough. We'll be comfortable with his performance for now. Oh, I'm so excited. He's already proven how strong he was, even when he was slightly nerfed. Then we proved how much further he could go once he actually had a decent little build on him. And then once I actually maximize his potential through his artifacts, he'll be even stronger. Of course, we're a bit far away from being able to do that at the moment, so once again, time will tell. In any case, let's do the commissions then, shall we? For today's flavor, we will keep using the Nebulette tea. That way we could really demonstrate how strong it is. Even if we end up fighting like the Hydro Phantasms, I think mostly, who cares? We'll just make do.
Solidify.
Oz revealed.
The wind knows it.
Settle down.
Like, could you imagine minding your own business and then being gunned down like a rat by the fucking Sovereign of Water? The Dragon Sovereign of Water? Like, holy shit, am I right? And Homeboy can hit everything. There's nothing that can escape his reach. And like, even this, I can just rotate. I can just rotate aggressively on these towers and destroy both of them with one E.
Stabilize. Silence.
See what I tell you.
By royal decree.
One with nature.
So strong. I'm in love. I'm in love with his power. And we still can bet on Farina later on. Which, who knows? Depending on how things go, Farina might actually even make him even stronger. Oh, I don't know if that's true. Certainly is a possibility. Because I could imagine, at the very least, Farina will activate double Hydra for him. Maybe she would be good for together for like a mono Hydra team. It's possible. Dare I even say it might be probable. Wouldn't it be lovely to have two of the most renowned characters from Fontaine on the same team? I think so. It'd be amazing. We've already proven how strong that team could be. I imagine the team will be something like Kokomi, Farina, Kazuha, and Nebulette. Because Nebulette's draconic memories or draconic glories works on Hydro Swirl as well, which is really important to understand. Because that means, first of all, no matter what Kazuha swirls, like let's say something impedes on our plan and he ends up swirling Pyro, that's just going to cause the team to do Vaporize anyways, which is going to activate Nebulette's draconic glories anyways. So no matter what, just including Kazuha guarantees that the draconic glories will always be able to at least be able to activate, right? So it's really efficient, and it could end up being a really strong team comp. I'm super excited for it. I can't wait to test out if that's going to be true or not. And if true, how true it'll be. Hey, Clara Smith, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Thanks for dropping by. But yeah, I'm excited. I think it's still gonna be a little while before 4.2 drops, or maybe even more than a little while, because I'm pretty sure New Roulette was the first half, so we have at least 3 more weeks before 4.2 will drop. Hopefully by then I save up enough wishes to at least guarantee Farina. I'm kind of hoping, even still, that beyond everything else, I hope that I'm able to get Farina and her weapon. But there's some possibility I might skip on her weapon anyways and just end up going for, I don't know, like maybe Constellations or something. If, you know, luck manages, if luck's on my side.
Thank you for.
Because I think it's a pretty safe bet to always bet on the Archons. There's no Archon who's ever been bad. Even Jean Leon release was technically not bad, right? They did end up buffing him, but he wasn't even realistically that bad. I'm glad that they buffed him because that opened up more avenues for him, which is, I think, important for a 5-star character, right? Because, especially for how important of a character he is, you know, being an Archon and all, being a dedicated shielder as his only viable option felt kind of rough. And even though the majority of people still build him as just a shielder, it's now at least possible for him to do damage if people want him to. It's not trolling to build him for a bit of damage. And then even still, just building him your natural intended way just sports him a bit of damage now, so it's all good, right? You're streaming? I would say it sure feels like it, but I've been streaming for a while now. It's almost been a couple years. In just a couple more months, it would have been a couple years since I've started streaming. Let's see. I think let's try. Oh, we actually need to do. Oh, we need to do the bounties and requests. Since I'm a little late on building up Fontaine's reputation, we need to get back into it. Honestly, so long as they don't have anything that resists Hydro, then this team should be able to beat it quite easily. Can you play most? I suppose I stream this game, Genshin Impact, and another Hoyoverse game called Honkai Star Rail the most. Though I've been looking into expanding the variety of games that I play. Since I just, no particular reason, just that I've been kind of feeling like it. Like, as of late, I've really been toying with the idea of playing a completely different game altogether, like straight completely away from this genre, called Escape from Tarkov, which is this really complicated and intense shooting game. And I say that as a new player in that game anyways. That game is... That game's hard. That game's really, really hard. That game really makes me feel like I don't have any thoughts behind my eyes. I agree. Every expansion has been pretty good. Sometimes I get a little bored of playing it because, you know, we do play it every day. Gotta, right? I mean, you don't really have to, but if you'd like to pull for every character, then yeah, you kind of have to. Because you need the dailies, pick up all your free currencies, and just hope your best at saving for whichever character you find the most satisfying for your playstyle. I plan to keep streaming. I don't have any serious plans as to what to do involving it, but streaming brings me joy and entertainment, so I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. But of course, as with everything, my plans are subject to change if real life circumstance just happens to take a hold of me for whatever reason. Okay, even these bounties are dying a little too fast. We don't even have time to use the full combo. Damn. I don't even get to use the character we built so hard. I get to use his skill and like 2-3 ticks of his charge attack before they fully pass away. Even this, we're not even... Well, I guess we could change theme. Okay, let's put the Hyper Bloom variant since this thing resists Electro. I think it's... No. This team. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I imagine this team would run very well. I don't know which team's technically stronger. Read your model. Yeah. I haven't felt any need to do so. Yeah, if I feel the need arise, I'll definitely consider it. At the time, I'm still happy with my model. I don't think upgrading my model would mean anything in particular to me. So it's not a priority for me. Okay, yeah, that was really fast. Almost too fast. Where can I really test out his... I guess we really can only test out his strength in the Spiral Abyss. Looks like that's our only option. I wonder if Baizhu would be better than Zhongli. Because that would also give us more elemental mastery. Which I guess helps Kuki. We give more Hyper Bloom damage too from Baiju's buff. And I don't think we lose a whole lot by building Baizhu. We'll have to consider it. Let's give Baizhu a try. Oh. The Mirarble? Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong, but I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for the follow again. And hopefully you're having a great day so far, by the way. Let's see, where am I going? It changed the quest I was doing. Oh, here. Oh, but yes, it is a 2D model, right. Technically, I've only had this version of me for a couple years now. Well, or like mentioned, almost a couple years, right? Very, very soon. Very, very soon. All in all, I suppose it's not an impossibility for me to change things. Get a little bit of an upgrade, like you say. But it'll come in time. I'm not in any rush to do anything at the moment. I'm kind of still trying to figure things out. Because even like I said, I'm potentially going through a little bit of a content transition as it stands anyways. Because normally I do just play Genshin Impact and I'm typically very happy with it. But since on my free time I have been playing these other games, like I mentioned, such as Escape from Tarkov, or I personally enjoy a variety of games in my free time. But some of them I feel like they would conflict with how I imagine my viewers would already enjoy my content, right? Because I've mostly, for the last couple years, been playing, or been streaming Genshin Impact. So I imagine imposing a change in my content somewhat randomly would feel awkward for the majority of people. Of course, I don't know if that's true, that's just how I imagine it's likely to be. But I do enjoy, like, let's say Escape from Tarkov. I enjoy that a lot. I enjoy League of Legends. I enjoy Overwatch. I enjoy Dead by Daylight. I enjoy Valorant. I like playing Apex Legends. Like, I enjoy so many more games than I play on stream just because I'm unsure if people would want to see. I like playing party games, Phasmophobia, Forewarned, Devour. I like, well, I guess those are more like horror games, but I'm really kind of not picky about the games I like. I like a lot of games, right? And so at any point in time, any of those could be viable like stream options as well. Which is kind of what I'm like winging into a little bit. I'm always keeping it as a possibility the entire time. Okay, nice. We got that finished. We technically don't have anything else to do in Genshin Impact for today. Well, I guess we do have to play the event mini games, but we'll do that in a bit. Let's try out the Spiral Abyss. We've already beat it, but let's try it out for fun. It's nice that we've already beaten it, so we can kind of just skip straight to floor 12. Could probably try, because I specifically want to try putting a Nebulette team, right? In which case, I'm pretty sure I could try putting Nebulette Hyper Bloom on the second half. Or we don't even need to put Nebulette Hyper Bloom. Even the Nebulette Electro Charge will work. Where is he though? Nebulette. Let's try. I guess we could try the Hyper Bloom team. Yes. In which case, then we run what here? We could try. I really wish my Wanderer was good. I could put a Lenny team here. Lenny could work, right? That way, this is like a Fontaine showcase. I think I'm gonna have to skip on putting Lynette in. Lynette's for funsies, but we should really put in Kazuha. Okay, let's try it.
Gather.
I'm going in.
Clouds high, the birds call, the wind knows me.
Let's get this show on the road. Step right up.
Honestly, not as much damage as I thought it would be.
Stabilize.
You go. Let's light it up. Adventure time. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Oh no, I was hoping to have this burst ready.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night, wind strike. Oh,
Oh, I ruined everything.
and voila!
Gather.
I soiled it. Soiled it.
Everybody stand back. A round of applause.
Oh. This Pearl recharge. What? This Pearl recharged.
Step right up.
Oh, he might just die right here, though. Okay, that's actually plenty of time for me to be able to do the second half, hopefully.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn.
Get with me.
Bow your head. Be sanctified. A bitter pill to swallow.
Okay.
Remember, health comes
Good
first.
pace.
Silence.
Good pace.
Mighty, be humble.
Okay, will they teleport to me? Or are they just gonna sit there?
Mind the side effect.
Our bond is strong. Out of my way.
Yeah, I might have to use Nagita to break these faster. That was kind of really stupid.
The tides beckon.
We might still beat it on time, though. Oh yeah, we easily beat it on time. I hope this isn't draining his HP. It's kind of stink. Yeah, still plenty on time. Even though we kind of butchered everything. That's how strong the team is right now. Super good.
Solidify. Order.
Very happy with it.
Let's light it up. Yeah. I'm going in.
Clouds high.
Very, very happy with it.
One with nature. Now disappear.
Gather.
Everybody stand.
The wind knows me.
Okay. We have them well grouped.
Adorn my night. Here comes the finale. And voila.
Okay, well that thing's fucking dead.
Teamwork is
I don't think we really need to use Bennett's first here, but... Oh yeah, we definitely didn't need to use it. We definitely didn't need to use it. Fuck, now I'm just not gonna have it for the second fight. But it's probably still gonna be okay.
The Temple of Wisdom. The doctor will see you.
Taking a turn.
I wonder how much damage this is gonna be.
Be sanctified.
Relax.
This way. Purify.
Remember, health comes first. Mind the side effect. Bow your head. The tides beckon.
The damage feels really good. Considering that was the second half, we had a whole minute to spare. That's probably really amazing, isn't it? Yeah, the damage is insane.
This is order.
Where are you?
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds come. Into the wind. Step right up. Let's get this show on the road.
Kind of trolled a little bit, but what's new?
Solidify.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. One with nature.
I'm just gonna try to build up stacks a little bit for the second half. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
I've warned you. Stabilize.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, they're not grouping up.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds come. One with nature.
They're not grouping up.
A round of applause. A gift for you. Clever trick. Now disappear. Quick.
I don't... Okay, that's my fault. I forgot that on this side, I'm not supposed to... I'm supposed to kind of use Bennett to group them up a little bit beforehand. Like I said, that's my fault.
Solidify.
I understand. I've learned.
The wind knows it. As one with wind and cloud.
Where are you? We got a pertinent fool. Be gone.
kind of sucks. She just is spamming her teleport.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Into the wind.
Honestly, we'll still be okay
The wind knows me.
because I thoroughly believe that the Neuvillette team will kill the other side super fast.
And voila!
Okay, good enough.
One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night.
Gather. Watch your footing.
Let's get this show on the road. Step right up.
I will.
Good
have
enough.
order.
You see? Just needed to group them up a little bit.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Having fun.
The wind knows me. A gift for you. One with wind and cloud. Now disappear.
Ooh. You see that damage? Holy shit, dude. I'm telling you, my Linny's well built.
Everyone hold hands.
And then I'm learning that I actually don't need to use Nihida's
Bond is
burst.
strong.
Be sanctified. Be not perturbed. Unscathed.
Honestly, we can kind of just tank this. That's pretty busted.
Committed to memory. Dissipate. Out of
Holy
my way.
shit.
Mind the side effects.
We don't even have to try. Oh my god, this team's busted. I literally can just sit here and wet him. Even if I take a bit of damage, I end up healing it.
Bow your head.
Dude, Neuvillette's so strong. We technically beat that in time, so that's very impressive for our barely brand new built Neuvillette, right? Have a Lenny? Let's see. My Lenny's pretty well built, I think. I spent so much of my fragile. I saved. Let me just say this first. I saved like, I don't remember how many I had, but I think I used about 60-ish fragile resin farming the Marachasi Hunter set for him. But so, first of all, these are his stats. He still could be better, by the way. But these are his stats. Mind you, Marachasi Hunter will still grant him 36% crit rate. So he's actually at like 97 crit rate to 232 crit damage. Insane ratio, right? We have him on his signature weapon, which I had to because I didn't have any logical choice. I'll show you this just to prove who I am. But I never pull for weapon banners. These are literally the only two weapon banners I've ever pulled for. I never ever pull weapon banner. The only 5-star weapons I happen to have is from standard banner, right? These are the only two times I've ever pulled for weapon banners and I happen to get them. But I've loved Linny and Lynette ever since their debut, I guess, on the the Hivat chapter preview years and years ago. So I always knew I was going to try to get his weapon too. The reason I say he could be better is that, as you can see, he has a fairly high attack stat, which is because I don't actually have a Pyro Goblet for him, which is a shame. Even with all of the ones that I farmed, I just wasn't able to get one. You see, it was literally not possible. We got 2 Dendro pieces though. This one looks kind of nice, doesn't it? If only I had a Dendro character who could use something like this. But I don't, so, you know, whatever. I kind of just rolled with what I got because, honestly, it's not that bad. Actually, now that I think about it, what's his off piece? Oh, it's the Sands. This is a really good Sands, though, isn't it? This is like 30-ish, 33-ish% crit value with a little bit of ER, a little HP. I think it's insane, right? pretty good. So I just said, oh, fuck it. It's probably better for me to have a super strong crit ratio than for me to have a mediocre pyro damage goblet. And truthfully be told, I don't really have a good pyro damage goblet anywhere. So I had to resort to this. It's like, yeah, I guess my Xiangling has my best one, I guess. Look at these. I don't have good pyro damage goblets on anything. For anybody. So I didn't even have a spare one to give to him, so I just figured attacks one's good enough. But you see it. It's honestly, the reason why I just settled with attack is I figured it would be good enough because he stacks so much damage percentage through... Is it this one? No, it's this one. He stacks so much damage percentage through this that I figured it would make up for the fact that he lacks pyro damage. And even though there's slightly different multipliers, in my opinion, that did end up feeling to be the case. He feels very consistent damage-wise. And even though I'm sure he could be a bit better, and clearly he could be, as you see, even with his talents at only level 8. Imagine that. Imagine if I took his talents to level 10. And all of his talents are relevant, because he does so much damage on everything. His charge attack does insane damage. His skill does insane damage. His burst does insane damage. Especially when you're standing on Bennett's burst. It's insane. And then you see Neuvillette. If I showed you how much... You saw how much damage Neuvillette was doing, right? When I show you what his artifacts are going to look like, it looks yucky, you know? Look at this. His crit ratio is not really that good, right? I literally only farmed the artifact set at the moment to have a bunch of ER. Because I pulled Neuvillette on a whim. I was originally going to skip for him. I was going to skip him to guarantee Farina pull. Because I always pull Archons. So I was going to skip him originally, even though he looked like one of the most fun characters I've ever seen in my whole goddamn life. But so, he's on Sacrificial Jade, which I'm more than happy with, but these pieces are not it. You see this piece? It's not it. You see this feather? It's not it. Sands? It isn't it, dude. None of this is it. All of his pieces are literal dog shit. Right? Every single one of them, every single piece that Neuvillette has is ass. But he still does that much damage. And I'm not happy with like his performance as of yet. I understand that he could do way more damage. But that unfortunately has to come in time. Because now that I finished him, I kind of want to start making sure that I have enough resources for Farina. Because she is probably going to be a few weeks away, like I mentioned. I don't remember who they said is the reruns for the second half of 4.1. But assuming that it is what it is, I assume that Farina is going to be released as the first half of 4.2. So I want to make sure I have everything that I need. Like, I technically have enough gold. I think I have enough. Yeah, I should have more than enough EXP books. I've got crowns ready. I don't know where they are. But oh yeah, you see, I've got crowns, right? We've got crowns. Oh yeah, and Rivesley. Oh, that pisses me off. It's such a shame because I'm gonna have to skip for Rivesley. And I really wish I didn't have to, because he's such a cool character. Like when they were originally showing us Rivesley, I was kind of like, you know, he looks pretty cool, but I think this is a safe skip. But then during the 4.1 Archon quest, I really fell for him. He became such a cool character in my eyes. It really didn't take a whole lot of convincing, to be honest. It's probably a little shameful how easily I fell for him. But I did, so, you know, what are you gonna do? But it does suck. I'm gonna have to skip him. And what a shame, right? He's gonna be... He's a first of a class. There's literally never been a character like him before. And that's actual factual. Some water. He's gonna be first of a class. He's gonna pave the way for other cryo catalyst users in the future. I was really believing that they were gonna save cryo catalyst for I thought they were gonna wait all the way until the Saritsa. I swear to God, I thought that they were gonna make us wait all the way until Snezhnaya to finally give us a cryo catalyst user. I thought that they were gonna make the Saritsa the only cryo catalyst user, which luckily that didn't end up being the case, but it would have been crazy, right? I mean, look at how long they made us wait to have one anyways. It's been, what, 3 years? 3 years they made us wait. And technically, we still don't even have it yet. Of course, we'll see him in a couple days. I can't wait to see what people are going to do at Wriothesley. It's actually going to piss me off a little bit. Because I'm going to see people with their beautiful Wriothesleys and their awesome builds. And it's going to make me think, well, fuck, I want one. And I don't know if I have the willpower. I basically, the only way I can handle it is I'm going to have to not do his character quest. I literally can't do his character quest. If I do his character quest, I'm gonna pull for him. And that's bad. We don't want that. Because that's what it was for me with Neuvillette. Excuse me. Jesus. Oh. Oh. Neuvillette, I thought I was pretty safe on the skip until I played his character quest, and then it was too hard not to fall for him. I was already like madly infatuated with his character. Then his character quest just finally sealed the deal. I know I already like Wriothesley as it is. Do you know how painful that is? I already like him. That means whenever they put out his character quest, they're going to sell you on his already amazing character even harder. I don't know if I can have the willpower to resist such a thing.
Let the record
I don't know if I'll be able to handle it.
to relinquishing these items into your possession.
All we can do is sure fucking hope so. Gauntlets, right? Hey, how cool is he? And I already know it. What are they gonna do? I can already tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna shove the character's normal charge hits an opponent. Oh, Neuvillette. Let's use Neuvillette, Official, Kazuha. Be fine. They showed us like who he is now, just like they did with Neuvillette and other things. But during his character quest, I'm sure they're going to show us a little bit about who he was, how he became who he is, and it's just going to make you fall for him even harder. I feel bad for my wallet because it's he who suffers most.
Settle down. Be sanctified. Gather.
Wings of darkness.
Clouds high. The birds come.
I love how quickly Neuvillette does damage.
Let the mighty be humble.
He just flows.
Silence.
Midnight fantastic.
A little bit of a troll. He does so much damage. I love him.
Bow your head. The tides beckon me. As you wish me. Settle down.
The wind knows me. Clouds high, the birds come.
It is kind of nice though. I'll always admit having
Be sanctified.
C2 Kazuha, because C2 Kazuha really made him feel super consistent.
Stabilize.
By royal
I
decree.
guess there's a rage limit to
One
how
with nature. As one
how
with
long
wind and
I can
cloud.
suck these balls, right?
Bow your head.
That's a tiny bit of a shame. Because I was hoping that he would be able to grab the ones that were way over there. Right? Instead, he just wasted all of them. All of the droplets. But it's fine. You see how consistent it feels? He's so good. Which one was that? What was this one? Easily cap points. And then there's just this one left. Yeah, I'm excited for Farina though. I'm gonna have to bypass the second half of 4.1 and on the off chance that I don't end up pulling for Risley. Because this is my wish collection so far. It's not a lot, but we also don't have a lot of pity. And my luck tells me I go to 80 every time. You understand? So I need all the wishes I can get. I can't afford to risk anything on Risley. I really can't. Even pulling for New Violette was a little bit of a risk. Technically speaking. Considering what I wanted, you know? Now I'm fairly certain that I'll be able to get Farina pretty much for sure. But I'm worried about getting like everything that I wanted. Because I really did want a lot out of her. I wanted... Okay. It's like a slightly different angle, so it's kind of weird. Hello? Oh, there we go. It was like I was too zoomed in. I've managed to get enough wishes to finish the play twice. Yeah, probably. Risley is pretty fucking cool.
Solidify.
Like I mentioned, he is a first of his class, right? I don't yet know. I'm sure just looking at him, just knowing who he is, that he's gonna be a main DPS. He's gotta be a main DPS, right? There's no way you make the Duke of the Fortress of Meripede a sub DPS or a support, right? There's no way. He's definitely a main DPS. Cryo character. And I just wonder how he's gonna feel. Of course, let this be to show that I like pulling for the characters. There are some characters I do unfortunately not have, but I try to pull characters, as many of them as possible. And I have almost each of these characters built. Some better than others, for sure, but I have... Look at how many of them I have built, right? We're even building Amber at the moment. Although, my Project Amber was put on a little bit of a delay. Tiny, itsy-bitsy bit of a delay, because I was working on her during patch 4.1, because I was looking for something to do while I was waiting for Farina, right? But then, instead, I ended up pulling for New Violette, so that shifted all my plans. So, after Farina, assuming we don't pull for Risley as well, technically, I think we actually have enough resources to still accommodate both Risley and Farina. Because I believe it costs, let's say, a ballpark of 450 purple books to level a character from 1 to 90, and we have enough to do that twice. So we could still level up both Risley and Farina to 90 straight away. And assuming that I triple crown a character, I think usually if you triple crown a character and level their weapon and level their, you know, the character themselves, in total it ends up costing like somewhere between 8 to 10 million mora, something like that. So even if I wanted to do that, I could technically do that twice. Of course, that's not accounting for the cost of upgrading their artifacts and some such, so a little bit of wiggle room. But truth be told, if I was going to level up, or if I was going to purchase or obtain Risley, I probably wouldn't triple crown him. Although I will have to wait to see how that is. I use my crowns very sparingly. As you'll notice, almost none of my characters are crowned, right? Kazuha is one of them who's crowned. And this is my leading example. I only crown out of admiration, you know. And Kazuha's the perfect example because he's on an EM build, right? So this proves that I only crowned him out of love because leveling up his talents does borderline fucking nothing for him as with an EM build, right? So that's what I crown for. I crown only my most favorite characters. Of course, I haven't crowned Lenny yet, but I've been on the back burner, so he will get crowned. He will get crowned eventually. But I'm waiting until I finish Farina. Because here's the goal, by the way. Unless I get, like, convinced otherwise, the idea is after Farina's banner, I'm thinking of just saving all my wishes until 4.6, where that's probably going to be Farina's rerun, and then try to see if I can C6 her. Because, let me tell you, I was able to do that for Nahida. Nahida pulled her 3-2 and C6'd her on 3-6. So assuming that it follows that same patch cycle, then I will try to see if I can C6 Farina. Right? But that's the only way I ever get constellations for characters. Is I have the patience to save for a whole year if I need to. If I need to, I'll do it. That's how I have Kazuha constellations. I saved for 6 months to get him to C2. Of course, I was initially planning to get him a little bit higher, but during Kazuha's banner rerun, at like, I don't know when it was, like, I don't know, sometime right before Sumeru, I think. Right before Sumeru. When was his rerun? Because whenever I pulled for him, when the hell was it? Yeah, this was... Okay, yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, so this was right before Sumeru released. A couple months, I think a month or two, a couple months before Sumeru released, right? Because I think new expansions always released in August. Or seemingly, they tend to release around August. Okay, so yeah. So this was like a month before Sumeru's release when I pulled Kazuha finally. Obviously, he came out way before then, right? Because he came out right before Inazuma released, so I had to get him, unfortunately, a whole year later. And about, I want to say 6 months into Inazuma, I decided, okay, you know, I pulled Raiden Shogun, I pulled Yoimiya. Actually, Yoimiya I didn't even pull until Sumeru as well on her rerun. Sumeru I went kind of wild, I guess, because I got Yoimiya and I think she had like 2 back-to-back reruns right before Nahida's release or something like that. I think she had a rerun on like 3.0 and then on 3.2 or something like that. It was something like super fast and crazy. Like it was strange that they put her on rerun banners so close together. But so I finally pulled her on a rerun banner. Then I pulled Nahida. And then I pulled Yaimiko, who was on the part 2 of the 3.2 patch. I got more Inazuma characters in Sumeru than I did in Inazuma. You know? I guess from Inazuma, the main takeaways was I got Raiden Shogun and Ayaka and Kokomi. These were like my main takeaway. Oh, and Ito. My Ito build is the strangest build you'll ever have seen. It's so bad, but it works surprisingly. I've cleared the Spiral Abyss with him a number of times, but he's a surprisingly bad build, but it ends up just the way I like him. With that build, he's able to get his burst every single rotation without fail, because I don't have Albedo, so I have to like kind of. It's a weird team because it actually works quite well together, but you kind of like trade places with the DPS. So I like Zhongli Pillar, right? Or Hold E. I could press skill burst with Goro. And oh, and my Goro's build is also well enough that he's able to get his burst back typically in one rotation. So I can skill burst with Goro and then hit like Ito's rotation. Oh no, even better. I can press skill with Goro, hit Ningguang's rotation, just skill burst charge attack, something like that. And then go back to Goro, hit his skill and burst again, and then switch out to Ito. Or any way I feel like. Whatever just feels right at the time. Super good. Highly recommend an Ito team. So much fun. But yeah, Genshin Impact's really cool like that, isn't it? That's always how I felt about it. There's so much, like, versatility in your team building prowess, I suppose. Like, you really could build anything you want. Every single unit is viable. I could go right here. I mean, these are still two of the best characters in the game, so this is a really tough banner to skip on, right? They always do this, by the way. Let me tell you this right now. They always do this. They release a somewhat meta character and have another meta character on the banner and give you the most cranked out weapon banner you've ever seen right before they release the Archon with the shittiest weapon banner you would have ever seen in your life. They do it every time. It's their tried and true strategy, and it works, right? It gets people to waste all of their money right before the Archon drops. And then the Archon drops, and of course people want to pull the Archon. But do you remember the 4 stars they gave us with Nahida? It was downright disrespectful. You know, I was actually genuinely pissed because, you know, we knew on 3.2 that Nahida was being released, but we also knew that Layla was going to be a new character. I assumed that they were at least going to give us Nahida and Layla on the same banner, but they didn't. They had to split up Layla onto the part 2 with Yaimiko just to piss me off. I don't remember exactly what was on the banner, but I think it was like standard banner characters. I think it was like Bennett and Bishal and Razor or something like that. Downright disrespectful, I tell you. And I have no doubt. Look at the banner now. All of these are pretty good characters. Diona's kind of fallen off a little bit from what she once used to be, right? She used to be one of the essential pieces for the Morgana team. But, you know, now nobody plays... Why would you play Diana anymore, right? I'm sure people still do it. She's still fine, but... You get what I'm saying. All of these characters were meta at some point. And a couple of them are still very much meta now. Just so that they can give me Razor and Bennett and Noelle again next patch. With Farina's banner. Because they know I'm pulling for the Archon. It's such a scheming little tactic. They know I'm pulling for the Archon. They know I can't afford to skip the Archon. They know I'll pull for that goddamn Archon no matter who's on the banner. Right? They know this already. Yeah. They already know that. And I just wonder what dog shit weapon they're gonna give us to pair with Farina's weapon. Because, like I was mentioning, I kind of want to believe that I want to pull for Farina's weapon. I don't know if I'll have the means to. Obviously, it's looking like I probably won't. I think I'm super low pit. Yeah, you see, like, the chances of me pulling Farina and her weapon is abysmally low. I have no pity saved up. I'm probably going to 80 twice on Farina's banner. So there's some chance I might not even be able to get Farina's weapon, but I don't know. Even if I wanted to, though, like I mentioned, they're probably going to give me a dog shit second option. I don't know whose. I'm thinking maybe they'll give me like a Kokomi rerun. Would they do Hydra on Hydra? They probably wouldn't, right? What's the worst banner they could put out? Like a Vortex Vanquisher? Well, that's what Zhongli, right? They wouldn't release Zhongli and Farina on the same banner. I don't know what would be the worst option for them to put alongside Farina, but I'm sure it's going to be bad. I promise you it's going to be bad. It's their secret technique. It's going to be like fucking Baiju. What's the literal worst weapon you could get? It's a like what? Arena and most of the characters' banners are pretty Klee. I could see them putting Farina and Klee together. Oh, the Geocatalyst, the fucking the memory of dust or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Yeah, that's a pretty bad one too. Yeah, no matter which one it is, we're getting it. I promise. That's a certified hood classic. You can assume I can't mess this up. They do it every time. That's my word. I could bet money on it. I'm telling you they're gonna give us some dog shit character to go alongside Farina. It's a personal guarantee. And just as fate would have it, I'm pulling for Farina. Through some stroke of luck, maybe I have what it takes to get Farina's weapon too. That would have to be incredibly lucky though. Oh, can we talk about this weapon too? Isn't this weapon kind of ass? They clearly designed this weapon to be used by like Uvula, but it's so bad. It's worse than just running Prototype Amber on Uvula. It gives less energy than Prototype Amber does. It gives less damage than Prototype Amber does. It's kind of disgusting. And Prototype Amber at least offers some comfiness to your team comp, because you at least have like another pseudo healer on your team. So like I mentioned, it makes it a little more comfy. Just a itsy bitsy more comfort. Terrible, I say. Absolutely terrible. Even at R5, that event weapon's no good. At least for Uvula. But also reasonably, any character who would use it at this point in time that is an HP scaling character wouldn't use that weapon. So Kokomi doesn't use that weapon. Baiju does not use that weapon because all of those characters would rather use Prototype Amber. I know Prototype Amber isn't the best bet for characters like Kokomi or whatever, but it's been my comfort pick. And my Kokomi's been... I have Prototype Amber R5 on... Dude, I can't find him. On Kokomi and on Baiju. And in my opinion, it runs great on both of them. It's just nice to have that extra little bit of healing. It really doesn't matter a whole lot because both of them are healing characters. But to me, I could just feel the difference. I really feel like I can. Even if just barely. I gotta tell you though, I do kind of like the fact that I have C6 Nahida, because through the nature of her being C6, you would think that that means if I ever use her to try to showcase another character, that would naturally conflict with the intent behind the showcase, because it would look like I'm trying to inflate a character's maybe otherwise potential due to Nahida's C6, right? That's the logical conclusion any reasonable person would assume. However, the reason why I say I'm slightly grateful is that luckily Nahida C6 and C4 basically don't activate unless she's in her burst. This not so much true. This just being connected with her skill gives her more EM, right? But at least the C6, she needs to be standing in her burst to activate it. So if I just don't press her burst, then it doesn't matter. Then I'm basically just using a C2 Nahida. Which even then, a C2 Nahida is very strong, right? And I think even like this technically helps a bit, but it's not really that big of a deal. I actually forgot that this even does stuff. I don't even remember. Oh yeah, I think that makes... See, I guess I should activate the burst. I forgot it does stuff. I forgot it makes it attack faster. What does Hydra do for the Cetus Condom? I don't remember. I know attack faster and attack harder on Pyro. What does Hydra do? I forgot. Does it fucking tell me anywhere? Bro, it doesn't tell me anywhere. Hold on, doesn't matter. I don't remember. It does something, I'm sure. What does it do? Oh, I think it makes my burst last longer? Question mark? I'm not sure. But yeah, it basically, my Nahida just feels like a C2 character until I finally decide to press her burst. So, like, even when I use that Neuvillette showcase, sure, just Nahida being at C2 is in its own accord a very big damage bonus, because C2 buffs all Dendro reactions, basically, so long as they're affected by Cetus Conda anyways. So, like, in these ways, it gives them the ability to crit. So my Hyper Bloom, if it usually did 30k, it has a chance to do 60k. And it just defense shreds for Electro reactions. So it is wildly good still, I understand that, but it's not the same as saying, like, you're being supported by a C2 5-star versus being supported by a C6 5-star, right? One sounds way more intense than the other. I think so. But we're hoping to change that in the future, though. I have no shame in admitting that I cannot wait until we see 6 Farina one day. That's a wild ambition of mine. I can't wait. I once upon a time thought that I wanted to see 6. Oh, I actually had the option. So back when I was deciding... So let me explain this, by the way, because it wasn't my original goal to C6 Nahida. Because like I mentioned, I pulled for Nahida just to see 0 on 3.2, and that was the end of it. I didn't even pull for her weapon. I literally just pulled her to 3.0 on 3.0, and I was using... What the fuck was I using? Something else. Some other weapon. Or no, maybe I was using her weapon. I don't remember. No, but I know I pulled her to 3.0 only at 3.2, okay? And on 3.6, when she had her rerun, I was kind of falling a little bit... I was feeling a little burnt out from playing Genshin, because it was a very particular situation. I was... You know, I stream Genshin Impact every day, and I don't know if you could tell, but after a certain point, Genshin gets kind of boring to play. Because it's like, you know, I finished my dailies an hour ago, right? So now I'm just here. I'm just here farming stuff just for the sake of farming it, just to say that I've streamed Genshin Impact for a couple hours today, right? So after doing that for... like I mentioned earlier, I've almost been streaming for 2 years now. And that's been my usual schedule, is to stream Genshin Impact every day for at least 2 hours. And so, for doing it that long, I was getting kind of sick of playing Genshin. So I was starting to fall out of love with Genshin Impact. And then Star Rail released, the other Hoyoverse game. And Star Rail was very generous. They gave you a lot of summons at the launch event. I had a lot of fun pulling on Star Rail, and I thought I was going to pull pretty crazy on Star Rail, and that would kind of help me feel a little more motivated to sustain myself on Genshin Impact, to not feel the pull. But instead it did the opposite. It got me excited to pull on Genshin Impact. And I started to think, if I just pulled on Genshin Impact, I might have more fun. So I just said, fuck it. And I think on that banner, on the rerun banner, I want to say, I think it was Nahida and Yelan. And I was down to C6 either one of them. Because Nahida's a strong C6, but everyone in the whale community anyways understands that Yelan is probably the most busted C6 character. I don't know if that's still true. I know people kind of weighed it around between Yelan and Ayaka. Because, you know, C6 Ayaka fucking does it, right? C6 Ayaka... Or maybe it's not C6 yet. Maybe she only needs C4. Yeah, I think it's... You technically only need C4 Ayaka to do the speedrun comp. I don't remember what's the speedrun comp, now that I think about it. But Ayaka has a whale comp that you could use, where they are deleting Spiral Abyss mobs in like pre-30 seconds, right? Sometimes pre-15 seconds on the right setup. It's crazy, whatever it is. I don't remember what's the setup though. I'm kind of blanking on it now that I'm talking about it. But C6 Ayaka and like C6 Eula were perfect examples of like whale territory speedrun gear. Because, I mean, it really is, right? It's, I think, literally impossible to hit Eula's max count on her Lightfall sword unless you have constellations. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, definitely. But then at C6, when you get those Lightfall stacks so much faster, and they're worth so much more. Like, I see Euless popping literal millions of damage, right? C6. Insane. And, you know, but I have to admit, pulling constellations is kind of fun. I never thought that I would be the type to enjoy it, you know? Because, as you can see, with the majority of my characters, I'm perfectly fine with the average. You know? I'm typically pretty okay with not going too crazy. This was an accident. I didn't mean to pull Wanderer to C1. But I was trying desperately. Okay, I need to show you this because this pissed me off too. I pulled like 200 wishes. 200 wishes on Wanderer, trying to get Farazan to C6. All I wanted out of that banner was to get Farazan to C6, and I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it. And so I still don't have it. And so in that banner, I pulled Wanderer twice in the time I was trying to pull for Farazan constellations. And I just couldn't get it. And that was a rip from me. Big L. But yeah, I'm perfectly fine with the average, though. Typically. That's always been how I am. Like, you could look at any of my 5 stars from the past. Like, perfectly fine with the average. Like, I never took her above 80. She plays totally fine. Great, like, decent ratio. I'm okay with it, right? I'm building Ketching, she's not ready yet. I'm building Chi-Chi, she's not ready yet. Ganyu. I don't even like playing Ganyu the right way. I don't like playing Charge Attack Ganyu, so I built her a way that I wanted to play her, with Favonius and something like this, just to farm her ultimate. I liked playing her that way. I still enjoy playing her this way. But then they released Layla, and Layla's kind of does like what I was already doing with her, but now she has a shield, so I don't really use Ganyu too much anymore. But sometimes when I run like Mono Cryo, I might stack them. It's pretty nice. Jean, perfectly fine with the average. It just gave her an Amano no Kageuchi, right? Hu Tao, deathmatch. Totally fine with the average.
Silly
I'm okay with it. I never felt the need to pull constellations for any of my characters, for any reason. Right? I don't have them for most of the characters. I don't have their 5-star for most of the characters. Most of the time, I have a 4-star free-to-play weapon and no constellations. Most of the time, free-to-play weapon, no constellations, right? Every once in a while, there's a bit of a mishap, like, I kind of got baited into accidentally ego pulling on Kakomi's rerun banner, and I accidentally got her to C1. So that was a bit unfortunate, but again, Prototype Amber, I'm not the type to pull constellations, ever. Or weapon banner. I already showed you my weapon profiles. Kazuha was a little different because I love him, right? So here was the story with Kazuha. Every year, just for my own, like, sanity, I guess, I usually end up taking about a month off of Genshin Impact, where I don't look at it at all. I don't touch it at all. I don't look at the news at all. I don't look at the tweets. I just completely ignore it. It doesn't exist to me. And when I decided to take that break right before Inazuma came out, I didn't even know about Kazuha. I didn't know about him at all. And so, by the time I had got done with my month-long break, Kazuha had already come and gone. And so I didn't even have the opportunity to use him as a trial character. So I just straight up didn't know if I liked this character. And so I just had to live in the dark with him for a significant while. Up until Genshin Impact released one of their... It was this particular maze event. You walked around lighting up stone pillars and something like that. And then you did combat at the various pillars, and it was a pretty cool event. A standard combat event anyways. And in this combat event was the first time that they allowed you to trial as Kazuha. He was one of the trial characters listed for that event. And so I tried him out, and absolutely loved his kit. And so right from that event, the same day that I played Kazuha right at that event, I started saving up Primogems to try to pull him to E2. Because I thought E2 Kazuha would be cracked, and he is. Because my Kazuha's at E2, I can get away... Well, first of all, I have a pretty amazing amount of ER, right? Which, mind you, this is a little bit of a flex from me, but that's what on an EM sans, okay? Look at this. I'll say it again. EM weapon? EM sans. All of that ER is substat. Look at this. Substat, baby. Even some EM. substat, a little bit of ER, a little bit of EM. It's nice with it. He's smooth with it. Look at that. EM main stat, strong ER stat, right? Look at that. EM, ER. Holy shit, am I right? EM, ER. All the way down. And he feels so good. Because his C1 allows him to reset after his burst. So by pressing his skill burst skill, he always gets his burst back, no matter who else is on his team. That means he's super consistent damage-wise. Plus, since of course he'll be standing in his burst while he presses it and does his second skill, the extra 200 elemental master he gets and gives is worth so much for the team's damage. Most of the time, what you'll notice is like when I'm trying to do damage showcases, if I have Kazuha on the team, depending on what I'm fighting and what I'm using, sometimes the boss or enemy will be at half health or less before I even get to my main DPS because Kazuha's nearly killed them. Because Kazuha does that much damage, right? He's that crazy of a character. But I love all my characters, and that's why I encourage people to play that way. It's like, the most common thing you'll hear is, as a Genshin Impact player, is, this character sucks, why would you build them when you have this, right? You'll hear, why would you ever build Yoimiya when you have Hu Tao? Why would you ever need Yelan when you have Xingqiu? Why would you ever need Yaimiko when you have Fischl? Why would you ever need blah 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 when you have blah blah blah, right? Even Kazuha, they said the same thing, which I learned after the fact. They said, why would you want Kazuha when you have Sucrose? When you have Venti? When you have whatever? People always just want to bring characters down because they might not either match up with their playstyle or they don't see the potential in these characters. But every single one of these characters, all the way down the list, has some type of viability, and even if they don't seem extremely viable to you at the moment, all it takes is one character release to change that viability forever, right? Like, I think the most prominent example of that has to be Xiao. Xiao gets better almost every patch. You know that? Every time they release a new something, Xiao players are like, well, I could probably use that. Then they gave Xiao Farazan, and then Xiao gets better. And then, like, nowadays, like, it's technically Vermilion Hereafter is still his best set. But now you have options, because Vermilion Hereafter is a bit awkward to farm. Well, I guess, okay, now it should be fine, because now you can craft Vermilion Hereafter, right? But, you know, back in the day, if you wanted, which one was Vermilion? If you wanted to farm Vermilion, it was an awkward set to farm because it's not super efficient unless you happen to have people who also wanted Echoes of the Offering or whatever the case may be, right? Versus, nowadays, he has like the option of Marachasi Hunter. Even though this isn't his best set, it's still another option for him. You could run him with a Desert Pavilion because it's another option for him. That way, it's like I mentioned, it just gives you options. You have options that you didn't used to have to be able to just build your way, Lego your way to a viable build. Because, like, let's say you decided that you really liked to build Virgin Toma, right? And you really just want to farm this Flower of Paradise Lost. And so you happen to spend a lot of resin there, and now you just have Desert Pavilion pieces. And so you think, well, what am I going to do with these Desert Pavilions? Well, I can see that I could probably use these on Xiao. Is it his #1 set? No. Vermilion Hereafter still is. But you have the option to use the Desert Pavilion to still give him a somewhat viable build, right? It is probably within like 5% DPS loss, so it's not that big of a deal to run it because you have the pieces already. You have the comfort of mind to know that you don't have to go too out of your way to ensure that you can get those pieces. I don't feel like farming any more fish. Let's move on from fish. And even if Shao isn't enough of an answer for you, the list just goes on and on for some of the people. Like, an example, Eula. Eula gets better as more and more physical support gets released, right? Like, before Raiden Shogun even existed, people would run Eula and Fischl, Rosaria, and Zhongli, right? But then Raiden Shogun existed, and even though it's a little bit awkward to run double main DPS, some people did it because Raiden Shogun could help Eula get her energy back in between the rotation, and that kind of made the team a little stronger, right? Then they were able to get rid of this altogether because some people began to favor other electro options or still maintained using Raiden Shogun. But now you have Mika. I don't have Mika, so I can't click his icon. I don't have Mika at all. For better. I don't like Mika. But in any case, she gets better. And that's not to say that it's ever done, right? We never know when's the next time they might release another set that makes Eula even stronger. A relic set, a weapon, a support. Something. A better sub DPS. Something that just collaborates with the way she plays, right? Synergizes efficiently. In my opinion, that's so cool. Because, like I mentioned, it could really happen at any time. And so a character's only... It's an awkward to say it this way, but a character is the worst the day they're released. They only stand to get better. You see what I'm saying? So if you think a character's amazing on the day of their release, they only stand to get potentially stronger in the future. Right?
My apologies.
And that's all it takes. All it takes is them to release one character who accidentally synergizes too well. And it's over. It's game over. That character's busted now. And sure, it's hard to beat some characters and what they're good at. Like, realistically, it's terribly hard to beat Kazuha at what Kazuha's good at, right? There's not many characters that exist that can compete with Kazuha as a medium grouping character with tons of team-wide damage and blah 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 blah. Because he's so good at it. But that still doesn't change anything. And he's another character it's hard for his minimum strength to increase because the Viridescent set is so strong. I'm pretty sure Genshin Impact hates the fact that they made that set, by the way. I'm pretty sure that if they had the option to change anything, that they would have reworked the Viridescent before it ever released. But I don't think they knew how strong that was actually going to be for everybody's damage, right? Because it's an easy set to build that does a bit too much DPS increase. Conditions that are easy to meet, and like I said, easy to build because most of your Iridescent builders just stack like Energy Recharge and Elemental Mastery, so you don't even need to get some egregious amount of crit or something like that. You could if you just want it to be like crit far zone or something, but you know, you don't have to.
Solidify.
It's merely an option.
Hunter becomes the hunted.
I don't even get to use his skill. I don't even get to charge attack with this team because it's raining. I'm literally getting gimped by the weather. Did you see that Hyper Bloom crit for 50k? Or actually, that might have been the Aegis damage. Yeah, that was actually Aegis damage. Not that I think about it. Yeah. A character is the worst the day they're released. They only stand to get better. Even if they don't get better, if the character feels that good to you on the day that they're released, then you can rest assured that they don't get worse. Genshin Impact doesn't nerf characters, which is, in my opinion, one of the most huge blessings we could have ever asked for. Did you imagine paying $200 for a character? Or worst case scenario, you have like the world's shittiest luck and it costs you $400 to get a character. And then you finally get the character you want and you're so excited about him, and the community is saying this character is a little too strong, and then Hoyoverse is like, you know what, you guys are right, let's nerf this character. Oh, you would be so pissed off you wouldn't know what to do about that. I can't imagine a world where you spend hundreds of dollars on a character and then that character gets fucking nerfed, right? And they can't either. So, since we live in this world where Genshin Impact characters will always be at least as strong as they need to be, I think that's really good. So, like, Neuvillette already strong, agreed? But he continues to seem to get stronger. Or he has the potential to get stronger in the future. Like, who knows? Even next patch, who's to say Farina might not be a good duo with him, right? Or someone down the line in Fontaine might have a good synergy with the way that he works, or there might be a Hydro character that they release down the line in Fontaine that generates tons of sub DPS source water droplets, right? What if that's a possibility? Then Neuvillette gets even stronger, right? It's like the potential's limitless. You never know which character they're gonna release and how they're gonna synergize with the characters we already have.
Everyone hold hands. Get with me.
That's one of the only reasons why I like Genshin Impact as much as I do. And also why it saddens me that I've also become the type that wants to pull for constellations. Which, mind you, I only now consider pulling constellations for Archons, and I have to see if I'm still going to continue with that strategy. That's the plan for now. I want to pull for C6 Farina. But then what happens when they release Arlecchino and Navia and Clarande and all these other characters? Will I be able to skip them? I don't know. I wasn't able to skip Neuvillette. I'm not totally sure that I'll be able to skip Wriothesley. Can I even restrain myself
Bond
enough?
is strong.
The tides beckon.
Test subject.
You see, they said that 140 ER was all Neuvillette needed, but it sure doesn't feel that way sometimes.
Gather.
Hey. This way.
Oh god, the damage is too much. And one of the reasons I had to pull him was the meme reason, which is I saw somebody was like climbing up a fucking cliff with his charge attack. Like, let's say this one, right? Like, yeah, I guess you could technically run it, but why run it when you can just glide up it, right? I don't know exactly how they do it, how they did it. I saw that they had done it a lot more efficiently than this, I think. I saw that they were like turbo speeding up a cliff. I saw it on Reddit at some point. We're basically done with farm. Well, I guess we could. Well, we need to farm the elite mobs too, I guess. I will change teams, I suppose, because it's probably... I don't even need to change teams. I can kill these with just Nihita. It is a little bit troll to fight these with Nivelette on the team, but whatever.
Solidify.
I see everything. Stand with me. Everyone hold hands.
I don't know who even uses these flowers, but we farm them anyways. Just speed along. Once we finish farming some of the elite mobs, we might not farm all of them. Basically, once it hits the 2-hour mark, we're gonna go play Star Rail. Because... Jeez.
Gather. Bow your head.
Because I don't really want to play Genshin too much longer, just to be brutally honest. Like I mentioned, it's just what happens. I don't get so burnt out that I'm like worried about playing it every day. But after, when we don't have much else to do because we've done like the event stuff already, I don't really feel like playing more than 2 hours.
Solidify.
Committed to memory. This way.
And I think 2 hours is long enough anyways, right? That's not that bad of a total stream length for any one game. It's not like I finish streaming, right? I just go play Star Rail instead. Usually for a couple hours too, but sometimes. Technically right now in Star Rail we also don't have much to do. But I do have an event I have to do, so we do have something to do at the very least.
Verify. Yeah.
So long as we have stuff to do, that's usually okay with me. It gives me some sense of, like, purpose. Really, that's all it takes for me to enjoy stuff. Like, I get so bored when it feels like... Oh, I guess I never finished this thought either, but... When it was like 3.6 and 3.7 of Genshin Impact, I was getting bored. I was so bored of Genshin and the burnout that I just felt like I needed to solve it whichever way made sense to me. And at the time, that was by just pulling Nihita to C6. I just wanted a C6. Just out of the hope that it would bring me enough enjoyment to not want to quit the game altogether. And I had the option for Nihita or Yelan, and I chose Nihita. But some part of me always wonders what it would have looked like if I had picked Yelan, because, you know, Yelan's ridiculous at C6.
Solidify.
Just because sometimes when I play Nihita, it doesn't feel like I want to press her burst. As cool as her burst is, and obviously that's where the majority of my C6 strength comes from her. Obviously. That's the only way it can show up. But even still, sometimes her burst takes so long that I'd rather just not do it.
Stabilize.
Everyone hold hands. Stand with me.
See, we kill stuff fast enough
I
anyways.
see everything. Grow, grow, grow.
I wish that they would show us
Bond is strong.
more creatures on the map through the handbook, because I don't see any disadvantage for doing so.
Stand with me.
is like, obviously you can tell from here, like the mobs stopped showing up from the handbook quite a while ago. There's still a lot of them on the map. See, we kill these plenty fast. Regardless of whether or not we use Neuvillette at all. Plus, Neuvillette's nice because he gives us 20% movement speed underwater. It helps. Helps with the underwater farming a little bit.
I see everything.
Settle down. Silence.
That's all of those. Next elite mobs. See how fast we farm them? Efficient, right? And mind you, I do 2-hour streams of Genshin most days. And we even did a Spiral Abyss run. We squeezed it in there, squeezed in event games. Sometimes we don't have stuff like that to do. I mean, we could do the Spiral Abyss whenever we want, but sometimes we don't have the event games to do. Sometimes I don't need to farm the monsters anymore. Because I've already farmed them every day for 3 months, right?
Solidify.
And so what does one do after they've done all of that?
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Honestly, I probably didn't need to use it first. That's why, like I was mentioning way earlier, but I'm kind of thinking of incorporating other games into my stream schedule. Maybe it's not worth it to play Genshin Impact and Star Rail every day. I enjoy the games, but maybe I can enjoy them better playing it a different way. Maybe because so let's say you were a recurring viewer, right? Who watched me every day. Would you be interested in watching Genshin Impact every day? Because it's like, okay, well, what happened from today and yesterday? Not really much. I spent 160 worth of resin, and then that's all that changed, right? Now it's back to the same farming we did yesterday. If you ask me, that's kind of boring. I think so. Versus a different game, like, I'll use League of Legends in this example, because it's a fairly popular game, so more people would have heard of it. But in a game like League of Legends, you at least have the option of every single game that you queue into has the chance to be different, right? Even if you play the exact same character every time, you're playing against different people who are playing different characters. So even if you play the same character over and over again, it's always a different game, no matter what changes. Same thing with other games like Overwatch, Call of Duty, Apex Legends. Every time you queue into a new game in these like online multiplayer games, it's always a different game. That makes much sense. That makes sense, right? So each game is different. Each game doesn't feel repetitive. Like I said, even if in League of Legends you only played Tristana, it doesn't matter, because each Tristana game is different than the last one. So it feels unique. And the only gripe I've had with that idea, the only reason I haven't done it yet, is that I'm concerned that, of course, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing every streamer thinks when trying to incorporate the idea. How do I get in here? which is I'm worried that it's just gonna divide the people who already drop by my stream regularly. Like, what if you, as an example, only liked Genshin Impact? If I was streaming a different game, would you wouldn't want to watch the game if you only liked Genshin Impact, right? I'm not saying that that's the case for you. I'm just saying in this example, right? That makes it hard for me because I don't want to do that.
Stabilize.
Even though I don't have a lot of viewership now, it's still
Settle down.
something I've worked on for the last couple years. And so I have to be particular about the way that I introduce new content to my streams. And finally, especially with the games that I'm interested in, can be a little complicated for new viewers or people who are new to that game. Like, I've played League of Legends for years. So when I play League, even if a new character comes out, I just get it right away, you know? I grasp the concept pretty quickly. I'm familiar with the game. Somebody who doesn't regularly play or watch League of Legends would get very, very lost because it's a very confusing game from a new player's perspective. All of the games I play suffer from those conditions.
Our bond is strong.
So, in the case of Overwatch, you would think it's simple because it's just a shooter, but Overwatch has a lot of... How would you call it? It has a lot of screen clutter. Because in Overwatch, people tend to press all their ultimates at the same time, which causes this huge overlap that becomes visually too stimulating and possibly a little too confusing for people who aren't aware of the genre, right?
Stop right there.
Only possibly, but you get the idea. And the game I'm most interested in, as of right now, at this moment, is Escape from Tarkov, which is by far one of the most confusing games for a new player. I'm a new player in Escape from Tarkov. I'm the most confused by it. Nobody could possibly be more confused about that game than me. But I'd still like to give it a shot streaming, though. Because it's a game that I enjoy. And I enjoy it a lot. It's a cool game. It really is. Like I said as well, I play so many games on my free time just because I enjoy them and I worry that other viewers wouldn't. I played Dead by Daylight. I love Dead by Daylight. I played Phasmophobia. You know, I'm like level 300 or 500, one of them. In Phasmophobia. I played so much Phasmophobia before. I love so many game types, it's insane. I'll admit, I haven't played Apex Legends in a long while. When Apex Legends first released, me and my friend played so much Apex together, we like rushed to level 100. And then we basically haven't played it since. I like Apex a lot, but I always played that, like I mentioned, with the friend I'm talking about. And so it feels weird to play it without him, and he doesn't enjoy the game anymore. So it just feels weird. Like it technically isn't stopping me at all. It's just a feeling. Like the mood's off. You get me? Let's see. This way. Because like Genshin's really cool, but wouldn't you agree that it's kind of better? Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because if we're not working on projects, the problem is the way Genshin Impact's designed
My apologies.
is, in my
Every day
opinion,
must be quite an inconvenience for you.
it's kind of bad for streaming. They failed at the concept of providing a game that's easy to stream. Because since everything's time-gated, like your dailies and such, and the progress is purposely stifled so that you don't do too much in any one day. Because Hoyoverse wants you to play Genshin Impact and Star Rail each individually for like maybe 15 to 30 minutes a day, right? Because that's all like the majority of the content you'll do in a day.
It's over.
You'll do realistically, if you're caught up with modern content in Genshin Impact, what do? You do your commissions, you spend your resin. What else is there to do? Nothing, right? If there's an event, you do the event. If there's Spiral Abyss reset, maybe you do it, maybe you don't. Majority of Genshin Impact players don't do the Spiral Abyss. So even that's off the table for your average player. And so it again brings me back to like what they don't allow us to stream Genshin Impact in an easy way, which is why I'm sorry, my thoughts take a long time sometimes. I get lost along the way, but that's why I think it would be better to decrease the consistency, I guess, of my Genshin Impact streams. I don't know if that I've actually been talking about this for a long while, and I've never committed to the idea, but I really think I should stream Genshin only a couple times a week, because that would make it more interesting when we do stream Genshin, because I could actually tell you about the stuff that I was doing, I have been doing, and what I'm working on, instead of like Nivulette, okay? I've been working on Nivulette on stream for the last like week and a half.
This heavy rain
So
must be quite an inconvenience.
every day it's like, okay, we're working on Nivulette again today. Let's work on Nivulette stuff, right? Like, okay, today we're working on Nivulette's Unihorn collection. This is gonna take us like 4 days, so we'll farm the seahorse every day for 4 days. It's kind of boring. I always consider things from... I try to consider from other people's point of view, right? Would I watch that every day? I probably wouldn't, to be honest. I'd probably check in for a few minutes, see what's up with my streamer, and then I'd probably fuck off, you know? Unless, you know, there's always a difference if you're here for the gameplay or if you're here for the stream, right? So, I understand. But then, in the same vein, if you're showing up to the stream for the streamer, then I think logically that would mean you also wouldn't care too deeply what game the streamer you're interested in is playing anyways. Sure, it helps if your favorite streamer is also playing your favorite game, right? Of course that helps. But, you get what I'm saying? It just feels like streaming Genshin every day is kind of purposeless. It doesn't really contribute to anything, because the dailies can only ever go so far, so it's not that interesting. I don't know if I've also explained it in the best way, but I'm sure you pick up what I'm putting down, right? Enjoy the streams, right? But I'm saying, like, because I'm sure that's the case, right? Because, like I mentioned, it classifies it into two different categories. If you watch streams for gameplay or you watch streams for the streamer. Now, sometimes you like the streamer's gameplay, and that's fine too, but we'll consider that a part of the streamer, right? Or, no, I guess it's part of the gameplay. Well, regardless. It's like... If... I don't know. It's something I get so lost in thought in, because I feel so bad about considering... I feel so bad about even considering playing different games.
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first.
Okay.
So, it's legally.
I guess let's start finalizing what's going on here, because we don't really have too much else to do on Genshin Impact. Yeah, I definitely agree with you, though. Because, like, if... I'll be honest, I don't regularly watch a lot of content creation. So that's kind of my bad. But from my experience, if I do watch a streamer and I enjoy the streamer just for their personality, I just enjoy the streamer regardless, then it doesn't really matter to me what game they're playing. I'll enjoy it. And I believe that I could see that in some aspects. Especially even with what I do. But
If you ever have it.
I still feel like it's a bit of an information overload for some games, because like when I assure you, if you don't know much about League of Legends and you try to watch me play League of Legends, it will, I promise you, confuse you. It's so different because you have different people on different points of the map that each have different classes and each have at least 4 abilities that you have to memorize what those abilities do so that you know what type of power reach that character has at any point in the game. And then each character is also building different items, so you have the possibility to build the incorrect item, or the possibility for your opponent to build the incorrect item. And then you itemize to counter what your opponent's building. And there's just all this numbers and mumbo jumbo flying around. It's so easy to get lost in that game. Overwatch, I think, is a little less likely to get overwhelmed because it's just, you know, shooting. But even though it's just shooting, it does have its fair bit of information overload too, because in Overwatch, it's not uncommon for people to just all press their ultimate abilities at the same time. And anytime they press their ultimate ability, it creates this huge, like, it's this huge event because it's your ultimate ability. So there's voice lines being said, there's colors being thrown about, there's stuff being painted on the floor or animated in the sky or whatever. It becomes a lot, right? Got a fountain depths. But I don't remember. Actually, I think from this waypoint, I think that there was a fountain over here. Oh yeah, over there. Not nearly as close as I remembered, but we'll take it. Let's go claim our fountain. Actually, do we have 2 fountain keys, or is this the only one we have? Oh, we have a Quaint Fates. Let's spend it. I'm wishing for Dia. I want Dia. People don't want Dia. I want her. I believe Dia's good. No Dia, never Dia. I told myself I would skip pulling on Dia's banner because I'll just get her eventually from losing 50-50s, since I usually do lose 50-50s, but then I keep losing 50-50s and I keep not getting Dia. And I want her so badly. You know, you can't comprehend how deeply I want her.
Stabilize.
I see everything. This way. Purify.
Yeah, it is an option though. But it still doesn't change the fact that I don't have her right now. People always said, like, oh, well, Dia's kind of bad, but maybe she'll get good in Fontaine. And sure enough, she sure seems to be getting better in Fontaine, in my opinion. She still doesn't have it. Wait, was this? Where's the
Can't seem
fountain?
to shake this strange.
Gather.
She still doesn't have anything directly that, like, supports her super well. Or that she supports super well. But what she does have is the concept. So we know that as of right now, there are characters that are being released from Fontaine. Did I think this was a fountain? Oh no, there's the fountain. Or whatever you call it. Ace cage thing. But we see that the recurring theme of Fontaine is that characters like to drain their own HP. And otherwise either buff themselves from restoring HP or whatever the case may be, right? Which means there will probably be a character at some point or another that benefits from your other characters draining HP. Agreed? Which means when that character gets released, Dia's probably gonna have some innate synergy with them. One way or another, because Dia's HP does drain on its own. Because she takes some of the HP hit for you. Now, I'm not saying she's gonna be meta, but her viability will, like I've preached before, her viability
Abandoned
will
property
seem
belongs
to
whoever
improve.
finds it first.
I think so anyway.
It's legally yours now.
And so I really want her before we get to that point, because I want to say that I was a Dia believer.
This way for you.
And even right now, Dia's still fine. I want to build her at the moment just to be the Virgin activator.
Solidify!
Our bond is strong.
There's the light. I don't remember which one's which. Is the dark blue one's Numa or Lisa? Nice.
All right, this'll do.
Okay. That's basically it. I think we've got everything. We double checked. Everything that needs godding has been gotten. So here then is where we'll conclude the Genshin Impact half of today's stream. So if you're here for just Genshin Impact, then thank you so very much for dropping by. I really do appreciate you hanging out with me for today. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Otherwise, we are going to go move on to Star Rail. So if you plan to stick around, then thank you so much. But we're going to get on it. Okay. So let me start sending that over to Star Rail. Star Rail. Yeah, and like I mentioned, in Star Rail, we don't technically have a lot we need to do today either. We need to spend our current majority of time. What are we doing in Star Rail? We're just gonna farm gold or currency today, unfortunately. There it is. I don't know why it always takes so long to show up. Yeah, so I have my Ascension Planner for Star Rail already set up and nicely done. We are going to be building... What's this? Oh, it has new characters. Whatever. We already have it set up, so our first priority is building Branya. I want to drink sugar. Need some more. I don't know. She types too fast. Oh, I didn't see that there was these other messages before. Call the message. You were called like 6 messages. Different kinds of sugary drinks help my divination friends. Medicinal tea with fresh gooseberry contains a slight fruity tang and is very fragrant. It is wonderful when I divine astronomical changes. It's silky and smooth and has a soft sweat. It is perfect for when I simulate navigation routes. Blah 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 blah. Oh, she already bought the other text from her. Know of the looking bronze and exulting sight. Okay. Popular. Oh. She drove out her employee. Yeah. So, like I mentioned, we're farming currency because allow me to show you what the planner says. Bam. Let me enhance so you can actually see it. But it says we need 7 million currency. 7 million. You saw it here first, right? 7 million currency. 600, damn near 700 experience books for characters, and 350 light code materials. We don't have any of that prepared to build the rest of Jinglio's team. We have 2.5 million currency, with each round of 6 waves giving you 144k, and each wave costs 10 energy to get. We have 240 energy damn near. So let's see. We do 60 times. That means it's 104. We can get about 500k a day. So just like I was mentioning in Genshin Impact, buckle up, it's time to get bored, because all we can do is farm currency for the next week or so. And then, once we're done farming currency, we get to farm the EXP books. Let me see, let me synthesize something. It doesn't really matter what, but let's synthesize something. And then once we finish farming the books, then we get to farm the light code materials. Oh boy. But it's perfect. Luckily this lines up with one of our dailies. So let's head on over there and get the farming. Perfect. Beautiful. Wonderful. And that's the majority of the plans for now. That way we'll have 2 full complete teams for Jingliu. At the moment, this is not Jingliu's team. I'm just putting her in because she works with it for now. But the team I plan to put her on is her, of course, being the main DPS, then Bronya being her speed support to give her more turns and damage bonuses and such. Pela to reduce ice resistance and defense in general. And then probably thinking of putting Bailu as the healer. Just because I'm sure Bailu's a good enough healer still. I would put Luocha if I had him, but I don't, so we're putting Bailu. As you can see though, my Jingliu does kind of a lot of damage. Even though her build isn't super finished either. But she only does her lots of damage when she's in her spectral transmigration state. Nice. I'll do it again. She's so strong. She almost one-shots like 3 different waves.
This is double speed. In lunar flame.
I have big plans for Jingliu, because right now her damage is alright, but technically none of these other units buff her damage too much. Lynx is on Broken Keel, which is giving her 10% crit damage, and Fu Shen's on Fleet of the Ageless, which is giving her extra attack, so those are buffs in some way, but they're not direct, like, kit line buffs. Even Silverwolf doesn't directly buff her, because... well, she technically buffs her if she's adding Cryo to a weakness. If a mob didn't already have Cryo as a weakness. But that's still more debuffing the enemy and not really buffing Jingliu. Where when the team that we build, when it's finished, it should effectively match the same results as running Silverwolf, because Pela should be consistently able to shred their defense and their ice resistance, which might end up even offering more damage potential than Silverwolf does at the moment. Then, the even better part is Bronya's gonna offer more crit rate, more crit damage to Jingliu, which is insane, first of all, let me tell you, because my Jingliu has 100% crit rate, right? And so, more crit damage, that's just an insane incentive for any unit, right? Plus, Bronya also offers... I have to wait 2 minutes. We'll come back. I don't feel like waiting for a minute. Let's see what other dailies we have to... We are still pulling for her weapon, by the way, so let's see if we get it. If we get her weapon, it's insane. That'll be a 15% DPS upgrade. No such luck. Let's continue doing the other dailies for now. Let's do a Forgotten.
Do you want to enter the Forgotten?
Yeah, at the moment I can't do them super well. How come I only have one star here? So this is what the team normally would be with Sela. And then Jingliu would be on the other team. Let's see if we could get this to work. Or not. The problem is my Natasha doesn't have any relics. So this is kind of trolling a little bit, but whatever.
Enemies ahead. Up for a shot. 100% break. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Together as one. Human creations. Time for a fun. I think something bit me. Who's next? Time for a fun. This is double speed.
It should be... This half should be easily completed. I'm just worried about the second half, truthfully. Because there's no telling if a unit might randomly die. It's crazy that that thing still CC'd my links. Considering my links has, first of all, 130% effect resist, and secondly, I still had like stacks of protection for the Matrix Oppressions. It happened again. How could this be? Is it a guaranteed CC? That's the only way it makes any sense to me.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Okay, as you can see, that team was very easy to complete. This is the team I'm worried about, however.
Will of preservation. The moon shines on the truth. Blade of moon. In the lunar flame.
Lend me your strength.
Sword, heed me. Not a scratch.
Revive.
Lance forward.
It looks like they'll survive at the very least, hopefully.
To guard and defend. Crush them. Punish evil. Lend me your strength.
Blade of moon.
It's kind of weird because I think I messed up because my Bronya and my Jingliu have the same speed.
Try harder.
I need my Bronya to be slightly slower.
I failed.
Okay, that was easy though. You 3-starred that one that time super easily. It'll be way more consistent if we could actually complete the team. That's what we're hoping to do over time. That's what all this farming is for. Okay, let's do our last wave, and then technically we're done with Star Row. You see, that's why I worry about streaming these games, because the vast amount of stuff we can do in a day is over within 10 minutes sometimes. Like this game, we're done. You know, we finished Star Rail for today already. We finished it. It's done. And so the only, like, luckily for today, we actually do have other stuff to do, seeing as we need to start the event. But the event also has a 30-day timer, so we don't technically need to do it today. But we'll do it just as a lack of anything else to do anyways.
Gather as one. Time for a plan. Time for a plan.
In lunar flame.
I love Jingliu though. I really wanted to pull her because her English voice actor is somebody I admire a lot. Lian Lee, the singer, cover artist, or I mean, she's always just been a really talented cover artist, and with some originals, of course, mixed in. And she was recently the voice actress for One Piece Red, for Uda, which not only did I already love Amelie, but then I also loved One Piece and her character in that movie. So it's just my reasons for wanting her kept stacking and stacking, and then they wanted to tell me that she's gonna be in one of my new favorite games, being, you know, Star Rail. Of course, I had no other logical decision but to pull for her character, right? And main it forever and ever. And then Star Rail, we're planning to do the same thing that we're planning to do for Farina. We are going to stop pulling in Star Rail until Jingliu's rerun and pull her to E6. We want E6 Jingliu. That's what we want.
Do not concern yourself with the outcome.
Because she's crazy, dude. And mind you, my Jingliu is also not close to done. I kind of have her built like my new Violette, in that she's barely built, if you could even call her built. As far as I'm concerned, her build is barely functional. And I'll show you now, like, some of the pieces are okay. Like, this piece is okay. It's not good, but it's not that bad. This could get better. This piece is okay, but it could get a lot better. This piece is okay. It's not really that okay. This piece is kind of bad. But I also, let me give you some context why I'm using this dogshit piece, is I spent 40 fuel cells, which is the equivalent of fragile resin, mind you, 40 fuel cells farming this set. And this is among, like, the 3 crit damage clicks I found. And the other ones had even worse substats than this. So, I had no choice but to run it. Actually awful. And this piece is really, like, pretty good, so I don't think I'll ever change this piece. This piece is bad, and this piece is okay. Could be better, could be worse. Again, the main problem at the moment is my Jingliu is too fast, and my Bronya's too slow. The way it's supposed to be, I don't mind their speed stats in total, to be honest. But Jingliu is supposed to be 1 speed faster than Bronya. The reason being quite simple. Jingliu takes a turn, then Bronya tells her to take another turn. And since Jinglu is so efficient with her skill point usage, since if she's in her spectral transmigration, she doesn't use any skill points. That, of course, means she's very efficient at skill point usage, right? And since my Bronya has her light cone, which and regenerates one skill point when the wearer uses their ultimate on an ally, which her ultimate does do. So she generates free skill point and also makes the ally deal more damage on their next turn, right? Yeah. And I have her at E1 now, which says when I use my skill in general, half the time it'll just recover a skill point. So she's super efficient as a support, right? And so that's the plan, but unfortunately, that's it though. So we're gonna keep trying to pull for her weapon with the points we just got. And then otherwise we're gonna go do the event, and then that's really all there is to do today, to be honest. I heard that this event has quite the bit of content to it though, so we might be here for a while anyways, but I'll at least get to it. Nothing great yet. Event time.
Where there are people, there is noise.
Uh-huh. Who's wilder? And what's Ethereum Wars? A game ad? Using the IPC's cutting-edge ether copying technology, we can record any creature you've seen inside of an ether coin. Just print it out and compete against other players. Let your ether spirits fight for your glory. Oh, seems pretty neat, don't you think? Right?
Okay, basically.
I knew you were a gamer. Wanna check? Awesome! I've heard that Stellaron Hunter girl uses this kind of tech. Maybe we can see it in action.
Oh, Silverwolf?
It's at the Rivet Town Plaza, right? Let's hit the road. There's no time like the present.
Let's hit the road. I love Silverwolf. If she's gonna be in this event, then I might need to... Oh, shit. I might need to lower the music a little bit so I can hear her better.
That uniform was...
I knew you'd come! Come on! Let's chat about Ethereum Wars! I've been playing it for 18 years, so ask me anything!
18 years.
Everything I know!
That's right. Any idea where we can give it a spin?
I can't believe it! I finally managed to successfully promote the game!
Is it that difficult? Oh, wait, does this game suck?
No, of course not. It's just, as someone's been playing this game for so long, I guess it's hard for those who haven't played it to understand. I swear on my reputation that this game is truly the best form of entertainment out there. I'll take the rap if you don't like it. There's no time to waste. Since you're both interested, let me take you to the festival service hall to register your accounts. This way.
Why is the IPC here anyways? In the underground
The atmosphere
of-
here is so different now. It's so lively.
Bellabog.
So you guys have been here before? The corporation recently saw the potential in Urillo 6 and decided to... Take a look. This is where the Interastral Tournament Festival will be held this year. The Ethereum Wars Gaming Association specifically chose this planet to help rejuvenate it and bring it up to date with the latest trends.
Good. Everything is going according to plan.
Is that Mr. Giovanni, is that you?
Wilder! I was just wondering where you'd got to. Oh, and you brought along two beautiful young ladies. Welcome to my arena. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Trailblazers, right? So, I presume you two have heard about the Interastral Tournament Festival. Have you come to show off your skills?
Oh, psst. Look at his mask. Pretty cool, don't you think?
Yo, mask face.
Just as I expected. You're exactly as they say in the rumors. My name is Giovanni Di Giorgio de Epsilon, a humble private trader from Epsilon and the sole sponsor of this year's Interastral Tournament Festival. If there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, he sure
Thanks for
sounds
introducing
sinister.
yourself, Mr. Giovanni D. Something. You seem like a pretty important person. What brings you to this kind of place?
No harm done. Your candid personality is charming, Miss March. Now, let me answer Miss March's question. As you can see, the Interastral Tournament Festival is about to be held on this beautiful, icy planet. And as the sole sponsor of this event, it's only natural for me to come to the tournament venue and check on its operations. Furthermore, I'd also like to get to know the players of the tournament, including yourselves. One can never have too many friends when it comes to doing business in this vast universe of ours. If you'd be willing to call me friend, it would be a great honor to have you as such.
Oh, weird mask, strange vibes, a little out of touch, but he seems friendly enough, right?
Okay.
I suppose. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Giovanni.
To have made friends like you. Oh, what a joyous day. I believe Wilder has already filled you in on the Ethereum Wars, but if you have any questions about the Interastral
I just hope it's
Tournament
gonna be more
Festival,
entertaining
I'll
than
be more
the
than happy to answer them for you.
Genius Invocation TCG, because I don't really like Genius Invocation that much.
Mr. Giovanni, let me take care of it. It's my job, after all.
Don't worry, Wilder. It's only natural that I introduce the festival to my new friends here. You can go ahead and attend to other matters while I show these two around.
Thank you, Mr. Giovanni. I'll be off then.
Feel free to ask me about the Interastral Tournament Festival and the venue. Is there anything in particular you'd like to know?
Actually, I have a question. You've been explaining a lot about the venue, but I'm still confused about the game. Can we actually give it a go?
Why, of course, not a problem. I'll make an exception just for you. You can borrow my ether spirits and experience the thrill of battle. What's all the commotion?
Hey! Squirt! Hand over that coin!
Oh, you little brat! Who said you could touch this?
But this is mine. I found it on the ground.
Hey, that's enough! Picking on a kid, are we?
Outworlder lady, careful. They're dangerous.
Don't sweat it. Leave them to us.
I say, my IPC friends, I can see how captivated you are by that coin. Am I right in assuming that you're also Ethereum Wars players?
Where did that masked dude come from? And what does it have to do with you, whether I'm a player or not?
Exactly! What's it to you? Sneaking around with a mask on? You must be some kind of creep.
What I'm getting at is this. Since you're both players, why not have a showdown to settle the matter? Following the proper rules of the game, of course. But instead of this young boy, I propose that these two young ladies be the challengers. If they lose, the coin will naturally become yours, and you can do as you wish with it. But if you lose, I would kindly ask that you gracefully accept defeat and refrain from causing any more trouble in my arena. Are we all in agreement?
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Here are a few beginner-level ether spirits for you. They'll help you get the hang of the game's pace and rules. If you have
Can't
trouble
believe they went
handling
straight
these
away
beginner
to making
spirits,
other
it might
game
indicate
content
that
straight away.
this game isn't the
Took at
best
least a
choice
year or
for you.
two, couple years for Genshin Impact to do it. But I suppose Genshin Impact, there is quite a substantial amount of players who do really enjoy Genius Invocation TCG.
You've got some nerve.
You're in for a rude awakening. Prepare to face the might of Topaz's support squad!
Here's a taste of a full strength.
Mechanical, humanoid, and aberrant. Contract, other. So it's just Pokemon typing. So mechanical beats aberrant, aberrant beats humanoid, and humanoid beats mechanical. I'll try to remember that as best as I can. Gotcha. Die already. Thank you.
We sure showed those troublemakers who's boss. Are you okay, Eric?
Thanks, Miss March. I'm fine.
Good. Why were those IPC workers threatening you?
I don't know. I just found this coin on the floor.
Based on the appearance of the coin alone, it's difficult to discern any significance. As for who it belongs to, that's also a mystery. Didn't they mention something else? Topaz?
Yeah, they mentioned Miss Topaz. What's that all about?
Oh, I know. They said they were members of Miss Topaz's support squad. They said they'd gather the strongest ether spirits from across the universe and give them to her, so she could win the tournament.
Huh? Would Miss Topaz stoop so low? I can't believe she'd be that desperate.
I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding. I have had some interactions with Miss Topaz, and this doesn't seem like her way of dealing with people.
I suppose that means this coin doesn't belong to Miss Topaz after all. I wonder whose it could be. It doesn't seem to have any info on it.
Indeed. There is no information on the ether coin that could help us trace it back to its owner. It seems returning it to its rightful owner will be quite the challenge.
I think it'd be better if you kept it. I have no clue what this is or how to play that Ethereum Wars thingy. I bet you guys can find a better use for this coin than me.
I see. Well, when you put it that way, looks like we'll hold on to it for now. What do you think, Mr. Giovanni?
I have no objections. After all, trading and training are all part of Ethereum Wars. I say, why not put the coin to good use?
Fair.
It's settled then. I need to go.
He just wandered off. Maybe we ought to take him home? What if he bumps into more IPC goons?
Oh, no need to worry. The majority of the IPC's employees are quite professional. Wouldn't dream of tarnishing their company's reputation. Now, I suggest that both of you summon the coin's ether spirit. After all, it's the first one that you've truly acquired for yourselves. It'd be nice for you to get to know each other, don't you think?
Oh, you're right! Let me see. How does this coin work again? There we go! It's,
Oh, it's Nummy.
Warp Trotter?
A warp trotter. This is quite a rare ether spirit, but they're not very powerful. Why would those IPC folks be after it?
Huh? Looks like the little guy's scared. What do we do? What do we do? Did we do something wrong?
Don't worry, Ms. March. It's likely the warp trotter is just naturally timid. I must say, though, this one is a bit peculiar. Ether spirits are usually just digital representations of creatures. They shouldn't possess any specific traits. According to their programming, ether spirits are supposed to obediently follow a player's commands and faithfully execute their instructions. Which doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Huh? So what now? Maybe you could try giving them a command? Looks like it didn't work.
I see. They're likely acting this way due to some sort of data anomaly or discrepancy. It would be best to report this issue to the Ethereum Wars project team, so they can address it accordingly.
But wouldn't that mean getting rid of them? No way! We can't hand them over to the IPC. Let's just keep them, okay? Awesome! I knew you wouldn't abandon such a cute and defenseless creature. Alrighty then. Let's take this little fella with us to the festival. Now I think it's time we came up with a catchy name for them. I'll lend you an extra brain cell. No problem.
Broader Lord.
No problem. No problem. Take your time. Really? It's up to you.
But Chunky
You wanna
Chops.
try
Oh yeah, I
something
should have
different?
picked Chunky Chops, you're right.
No
Oh,
problem.
I still can.
Real? It's up to you.
Chunky
Look,
Chops.
look! They're reacting! Seems like they really like this name. Alrighty then. Even though I don't know where you're from or how you got here, let's go and win that tournament. Of course, it'd be even better if we could unravel the mystery of your past along the way.
Well, isn't this a delightful turn of events? And now let me show you how to navigate the Ethereum Wars player terminal. Right this way, please.
Such an interesting character. I don't know if he's a bad guy or not. That person's named Fedora? Interesting.
This is the Ethereum Wars player terminal. Give it a try.
I like him though, even though he seems a bit suspicious. Yeesh.
It
Sounds
seems
complicated.
Kinda complicated. Have you got the hang of it yet? Pretty impressive. So if we encounter any problems, we'll know who to turn to for help.
It's true.
To participate in the tournament championship, make your way to the various victory zones and increase your victory rating. Complete the trials in each victory zone to earn all of the mastery marks. Please excuse me if you may. I have a few other facilities to inspect to ensure the festival runs smoothly. If you have any problems, the staff at the service hall will be more than happy to assist you. I wish you all a memorable festival. Farewell for now, dear friends.
Okay, looks like we've learned all the essentials. Let the fun begin. Let's head towards the first victory zone. Corridor of Fading Echoes.
Nice. Okay, let me interact with this first. Yeah. Oh, I can just... Oh, okay, perfect. I can just touch it like that.
Oh, this is it! The entrance to the Corridor of Fading Echoes Victory Zone. I just looked up some tips on the Interastral Network. These victory zones are leased by the IPC and the Gaming Association from various planets. The IPC's reach is impressive. Ready to
Yeah,
head out?
especially since we technically don't have a deal with them to even be on Bellabog, as far as I'm concerned, unless
Can't
Branya
wait
works
to
something
find out
out.
what's inside these victory zones. Hey, look! It's Mr. Giovanni! Mr. Giovanni! I didn't expect to see you again so soon.
You two move fast. Welcome to the Corridor of Fading Echoes Victory Zone. Oh, great question. As the event's sponsor, I'm tasked with inspecting all facilities, and this place, the previous tournament's arena, is my first port of call. Am I correct in saying that this is your first time entering a victory zone? In case you want to hear the rules again, players can enhance their victory rating by engaging in various activities within the victory zone, such as collecting roaming data and participating in sparring matches with other players. Collecting roaming data is a vital aspect because it's the only way for players to encounter new ether spirits, aside from purchasing or trading them. Since
see.
you're both here,
Roaming data
let
means
me
more
give
months.
you a lesson on gathering roaming data.
Oh, really? We know you're pretty busy.
Oh, it'd be my pleasure. Assisting new players in swiftly understanding the gameplay is just another part of the festival. I will gift you this ether data, Blaze Out of Space. With this, collecting roaming data should be much easier for the both of you. There happens to be a good number of roaming data targets in the vicinity. How about using them as practice?
An attack type Overlord Ethers. Okay. Deals damage equal to his attack to all enemies. So he's an AoE attacker too. Restores HP equal to 50% of target max HP to the ally with the lowest HP. Then restores HP equal to 15% of Toronto's max HP to all allies. Pretty insane. Come in hands during this period using basic attack increases the entire team's damage by 20% and triggers a healing effect identical to that of Lucky Star. Enhancement lasts for 2 turns. Okay. Showdown. attack. All of it. Sounds pretty good. What's a support? The Trotter is a healer. And Blaze out of space. Yes. Imaginary Weaver. Attack type with spirit. Start a battle and can continuously take it. Okay. Okie doke. See about that. Deals 100% of the damage to a target enemy. Deals 135% of damage to a target enemy. Seems fine, but I feel like I'd rather deal with this guy.
Impressive! I see you're both living up to your renowned trailblazer reputations. It would seem you two have a natural talent for gaming.
That's us, all right.
Natural gamer, baby.
Yikes, sweet talk alert. But it's true. Thank you, Mr. Giovanni.
Let me see, what next? Ah, that's it, now I remember. I prepared a few ether expansion chips for you both. You can use your ether coin to read the data on these chips. They allow your ether spirits to equip various abilities. Why not give them a go, right now?
Chat, you betcha. Malfunction chip. The wearer attacks a debuff the enemy to deal additional damage equal to 50% back to with debuffs. Doesn't even matter. Nobody even debuffs anyways. Seems kind of lame. Unless does the fire spirit's burn count as a debuff? Damn, he almost got us, I ain't gonna lie. clearly intend for the Aether Spirit to be my ace. Ayla, Serval.
Hey, everyone's here! You and Little March, too. What lucky charm lured these two great heroes our way?
Serval, Pela! Has it really been that long? It's great to see you too!
Behold, two championship contenders! It would seem the stage is set for some intense competition.
Sorry, but I have to go answer the door real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Oh, we're back.
Huh? Serval's the championship contender for this victory zone?
I guess it's time we got our act
Okay.
together.
Good to see you, outsider. Serval? Pale... I mean, intelligence officer?
Huh. So is this game already popular in Belobog? Yeah. But I guess no one in Belobog had much of a clue about video games before the IPC showed up.
I gotta say, Ethereum Wars is really fun. I've been grinding for several days straight. Barely even had time to eat.
It's exactly like how they did it in Genshin Impact. The game didn't even exist. And then...
So, Miss Serval, Miss Pela,
And then once they release it, they made it seem like the world already loved the game since the very beginning.
Contender yet?
Totally used to it. Pela and I have already struck fear into the hearts of more than a few newbies.
Should we really be bragging about something like this?
It's good that you've gotten used to it. Entrusting the victory zone to the two of you was the right decision. Since you're all here, how about we let Miss Serval and Miss Pela, our championship contenders, explain the rules to everyone?
He's so excited.
No problem. The rules are actually quite simple. To start with, I've made some minor tweaks to the snowshine lamps, making it possible for heat to be transferred between them. Just pop a thermic core into a lamp, and all the nearby lamps will light up simultaneously. Cool, right?
The puzzle for you to solve is to use the limited number of thermic cores at your disposal to illuminate all of the designated snowshine lamps scattered around the victory zone.
Experience is always the best teacher. So go ahead and try for yourselves with these two lamps.
Don't understand. Oh, and then push. Link make power. Power open door. Gotcha.
You see? Serval's modifications to the lamps allow you to illuminate lamps that are out of your reach.
Oh, excuse me.
You'll find several lamps like this around the victory zone. Once you've illuminated all of them, seek out me and Serval. We'll be ready to throw down the gauntlet.
But don't think we'll just hand over the mastery mark without a fight. You better make sure you're ready before you even think about challenging us.
After seeing this special modification, I can't help but wonder, do all victory zones have a similar kind of setup?
Of course! After all, it's just another part of the tournament. Each victory zone has its own unique puzzles. But don't worry yourselves too much. The most important thing is that you have fun.
I can feel the adrenaline rushing through my veins. That mastery mark is mine.
Brace yourself, Serval. I'm about to rock your world.
Yikes! Everyone's so fired up. Quick, let's say something. Yeah! Grand Champs in the house! I hope we haven't just jinxed ourselves.
The enthusiasm is cute, but don't think just because you're still figuring out the game that Pela and I will take it easy on you.
There are 3 thermic cores. You'll need them to solve the puzzles in the victory zone. Let's see what you've got.
Can't I just grind roaming data?
Now that's exactly the festive atmosphere I'm looking for. Investing in this event was most certainly the right decision. Please excuse me. I must inspect the next victory zone. Best of luck to you both.
Thank you, Mr. Giovanni. Let's get moving. Time to show Pela and Serval what we're made of.
Still don't really
Take
understand.
a look. It looks like there's a lamp behind that wall. There should be a lamp nearby. Inserting a thermic core should do the trick.
Serval said she was grinding. How me can grind too? Sure. Nice. That was
Whoa,
easy.
it actually works. All right, this one's done. Let's go find the next lamp. Seriously? Who puts a lamp there? There's no way we can directly load the thermic core into this one. Why don't we try using the lamp's heat transferring properties?
Well, this is how we can finally grind. Let's go, dude. Herald Beam! I don't know, this team they gave me seems kind of cranked already. I want to farm more. This guy's a pay to win. He's getting fucking farmed. Holy shit, he was getting run through, dude. These guys seem to do the most damage. In fact, I'm gonna gimp my Trotter too because I don't think that that works for him, but we're just gonna put it on anyways. Just because, again, we don't really know yet. Once I can get different units, we'll be able to figure it out a bit better, I guess. Jeez. Uh-oh. Have I made irreparable damages? Fuck! I did it again. Fuck. I have to move in like this. That out of the way. I think it's fine if I move that there, but then what do I do now? I have to... Oh, no, 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 no. I'm trying to pull it over here, not over there. Oh. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Damn, I was really having a moment here.
Aha, so that's how it's done. Come on, let's go find the next one.
Damn, I was really struggling with that one, dude. For no reason at all.
Isn't this lamp a little too obvious? It's like it's just begging us to be lit. There must be another lamp hiding around here somewhere.
No. Nice, perfect.
Oh, I just had an idea. Maybe we could try making this gear bridge rotate.
Fight me, monsters. You see, they make it so everyone in the world's highly addicted to the game, even though nobody else played it before. Huge. Still can level up. Okay, I got it. Okay. I wonder when we get to use new monsters, because it seems great and all, but like newer people. Money.
Woohoo! Is that it? Looks like we solved all the puzzles in this victory zone. I've just received a message from Serval and Pela. It seems they're ready for us. It's time to show those contenders who the real bosses are.
How do I get my money? Heavy loser. Now we can. I level up him at least.
Looks good.
One general upgrade chip. What does that do? It increases them generally. That's huge. How come Trotter gets an extra slot and nobody else gets an extra slot? The Mr. Junkie Chops.
Oh, it's the Trailblazers. I didn't expect you two to be the first ones to show up.
Oh, not bad. With me here, it was a walk in the park.
Well, someone's feeling pretty confident. Well then, it's time you felt the power of mechanical fever. Pela, let's show them what we're made of.
Mechanical fear.
The essence of turn-based games lies in the numbers. So you better get ready to witness the precision of my calculations.
Things are heating up.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
Time to channel some rockstar energy.
Oh, she's gonna lose already. Oh shit. Oh, he's got really nothing else to do.
stands the Silvermane Guard.
Damn, they need to give me one of him, dude. He's a good tank. Damn, get shit on, baby.
Now that was intense. I can't remember the last time I had so much fun.
How did you manage that? I guess you just got lucky this time. Yeah, it was all me.
Here, take it. The Corridor of Fading Echoes Mastery Mark. You've earned it.
I have something else for you also. An ether expansion chip. Integrating its data into an ether spirit will grant them new innate abilities.
Look how happy they are. It's clear they trust you a lot.
A warp trotter? That's a pretty rare ether spirit. But they were acting kind of strange in the battle. Is there something wrong with them? To be honest, we don't actually know. But it seemed like some IPC troublemakers were out to get them. That's why they're tagging along with us. We're looking after them. Serval, you seem to know more about ether spirits than us. Can you tell us what's up with this little guy?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure either. IPC tech is pretty complex. There are some principles I'm still trying to wrap my head around.
I see.
Okay, so they're useless. Thanks.
Perhaps if we were able to find Miss Topaz, she'd be able to give us some clues.
Yeah, but I bet Topaz is the final fucking boss.
They're just too precious. And they're counting on you for protection. Take them with you and snatch the championship. Thanks, Paola. We'll do our best.
Speaking of champions, have you heard the story of the mysterious
Silverwolf.
elite player?
Silverwolf.
Oh, please. It's pretty clear they're not talking about you. Well, this player isn't a stranger. We know them too, but Mr. Giovanni has asked us not to divulge too much information. Giovanni?
Silverwolf. I already know it.
We're not entirely sure. He said something about adding an element of mystery to the story.
Okay, that's weird. In any case, if your goal is to also become the champions, then it's likely you'll run into them sooner or later.
Remember, train hard and relish every moment. The title awaits you.
Now that battle was really intense. Those puzzles were such a blast too. I think I'm hooked. Great minds really do think alike.
Yeah. More powerful than the average renegade and can't be guarded. Ooh, the special leveling zone. Chat, you betcha, dude. How do I get in? Shield system chip. So now level. Yeah, baby. I suppose we should level up everybody. We? Shoot, I thought I would have rather... I should have not leveled up the Trotter. Make chunky chops. How do I challenge the special area? I don't think that's where... Maybe it's right here, actually. Oh, they were trying to show me the way the entire time. Honestly, buffing... Holy shit. Buffing the other guy might even be better. Don't care about that guy. I know I didn't come in here for him. There's more, right? Buffing this instead of this might actually be the play. Maybe not, but he's so good for farming. The problem is he only hits 3 targets. How come he didn't use his skill again? Why would I use this guy? Just an attack. Seems kind of pointless. I don't really like him.
We need a strategy.
Ooh, they're gonna let me have him. Ooh, I'm gonna get the have him. There's 2 of them. Fuck, that's gonna be a tough one. God, it's tough, dude. Would I replace the Trotter with him? Maybe.
Let me see. Our next stop should be the Cloudford Victory Zone. But it's already getting late. How about we head back to the get the chance to stay there. Oh, great! Fluffy pillows, here we come!
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's the best bet. Oh, but what I do remember is just a treasure chest here that it didn't let me pick up before.
Mere worldly possessions.
This victory zone. Could replace guy. Oh, I don't know. I could replace this guy. I feel like he does pretty good though. Or we replace the Trotter. I don't know. Oh, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Because it's so...
Where there are
It's so
people,
whatever one way or
there is
another.
noise.
Because I want to keep the Trotter because he's our special boy. But I think the Knight Captain's just straight up better because
Sweet home.
the Trotter heals, but
Hey, what is
you
it?
heal or you can just prevent damage altogether. You're shielding and he shields.
Again.
It's the two who ruined our plans! Hand over the Trotter, now!
You two again? We're minding our own business. You're the ones going around stealing people's ether spirits. They're like family now. Why would we just hand them over to someone like you? Yeah. If you think you've got what it takes, then bring it on.
You brats dare underestimate us! Oh, you won't get away with it twice!
I'll teach you two twerps a lesson you'll never forget!
We'll just leave it like this for now because they're already leveled. Ooh, they have different monsters. I don't know. I'm thinking we replace the imaginary DPS with the Knight Captain. Even though this guy does so much DPS. I don't think we should get rid of our support.
Not again!
Another failure! The shame! The shame!
Hey, come back! We want to ask you something! What's with these people? They talk the talk, then run off with their tails between their legs. And what did the poor Trotter do to end up in their bad books? Aw, don't worry. It's alright, they're gone now. It's just too bad we couldn't get any clues about our little friend. Seriously, I was in such a good mood, too, until they came along and spoiled it. You're right. We've had a long day. Let's just get some rest and forget about them.
How can I see? Oh. Wow, look at all that money. Yeah, baby. Oh, they let you pick from any of them? Fuck. I don't want these guys, so I'd probably pick Serval, but that's not what I meant to do. I don't want to fight her with my regular people, but I guess it doesn't matter. I could probably fight her with my regular people. Oh, he's an overlord, so I can't run him with this guy. Oh shit. Okay, so this is what this is then. Is he a better overlord than that guy? I don't think so. This guy's AoE's insane. I guess fuck it, right? We just don't touch him then. That's good. That sure simplifies things for us. I was really mulling it over for a while. If we found another strong AoE DPS, then I will feel comfortable replacing this guy. Give me your money. I guess I'm just supposed to fight them over and over again?
Where there are people, there is noise.
He's got level 3 mobs though, so he's gonna be a little tougher. Jeez. That was actually looking kind of rough. Wish I knew how I could upgrade my mobs right now.
Welcome, outsider.
Oh, perfect. Here we go. He's been upgraded. Upgraded. He's upgraded, and then that leaves the last. Oh, they're all upgraded already. Oh, disregard. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Should still be fine though. Easy peasy. Not even worried about it. Literally too easy. And this guy's apparently gonna be a little. Oh, he has an overlord too. He's gonna be a little tougher than the rest, it seems.
Where there are people, there is noise.
Oh, that guy's gonna fucking die already. Oh no! Well, hot diggity dog, he got me.
Where there are people, there is noise.
Damn, he got me, dude. I cannot believe it. just continue with this. Clearly, we don't have the means to fight that guy right
There
now.
are people, there is noise.
Hey, sleep well? Since we're all refreshed, ready to head out for the day? Cloud Fort Victory Zone, here we come!
Oh shoot. Actually, I've just barely realized the time. I'm a little later than I thought I would be. So, unfortunately, this is where we're gonna have to call it for today. Honestly, this event's taking a lot longer than I thought it was. I suppose it is a month-long event, so it's meant to be fairly long, right? But holy shit, it's long. We've only completed a fourth of it in the like nearly 2 hours that we played, right? Because we finished our dailies hella fast. Like we did our dailies within 10 minutes. This is gonna take us a while, so that's all good though. We'll get back to it tomorrow for sure. See if we can. I guess we'll just try to separate it into fourths. So we'll do one entire section per day until we're all done. Yeah, sounds good. I think yeah, I think that's it. So thank you all so very much for dropping by. I hope you had a great time with me today, because I know I sure did. I had a blast. Let's recap what we did on Genshin Impact. Today we've finalized our Nevulet's talents for where we're comfortable, and we're slowly preparing now for Farina for the near future. So that'll be cool. For Star Rail, we're preparing. We're trying to farm currency. We need almost 8 million currency to build up the entire team we're building, which is gonna look like this. This team here. I'm planning to take all of them to 80, all of their light cones to 80, all of their traces to 7 all the way around. And I have moderately okay relics on all of them for now. Some better than others. But so this is our temporary team. This is what the team's actually going to look like. And so these two are the two varying teams that I have for the Memory of Chaos. And then we'll finally start being able to progress that in a reasonable fashion. So that's the plan for now. That's the summary. That's what we did. That's what we're up to. That's what we're going to be doing. So, like I mentioned, thank you all again so very much for hanging out with me. This has been Maris Stream. I stream every day except Wednesdays and Thursdays, so you can expect I will stream again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I hope to see you guys there. Thanks so much again for hanging out with me. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, or night. Stay hydrated, take care, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!